Pat, welcome. I'll be honest, I've been hit with the EP beam again. I just spent 3 hours asleep, so here's to hoping I'm awake enough to stream. I don't know what's been going on lately. I've just been really sleepy. Um, so we'll see what happens. Why is my tracking not working? There we go. But yes, I'm a little EP. Just a little. Hmm. All right. So what we're doing today, we're playing Peak. But I am attempting to train for the 20 or for the 32 player lobby. So let's create a timer really quick. Okay. So now that's set up. I have a coffee here. We'll be using. Try to hopefully stay awake. Um, but I did not properly sleep, so there's a pretty decent chance I get too tired. Call me a bicycle because I'm too tired. Okay. In other news, we're actually almost up to date on vBundler. So there's a decent chance that we'll actually be completely done with the video processing. At least for a time. Probably won't be for too much longer, considering I'm recording a new video right now. Um, but looking pretty good for our being done with the processing. Why does this not have a length? All right, change the title. I'm going to take a quick second to make a command for the 32 player session. Okay. Yeah, I've been trying to set up this 32 player lobby, but it's been difficult to find takers. Kind of rough. I think we're up to 5 of 32 slots, including myself, which is, I mean, I would hope to have more, if I'm being honest, because most likely day of, a bunch of people are gonna drop from it. Where things come up, or they decide actually I want to do something else. I'd like to have an RSVP list of at least probably 50 people, just that we actually do have 32 people day of. Um, and after all, we could always go over the player limit. I mean, we can go under as well, but 32 player peak isn't as majestic and snazzy when only 5 people show up. um, it's one of the weird things is it's like on um I've been advertising it on Myoshi, which is essentially vtuber MySpace, and yeah, um it's kind of difficult to advertise on Myoshi if I'm being honest, because your bulletins only live on the front page for 15 minutes. Hmm, there's a forum for this. Okay, now hold on. We're making a post on the forums. I honestly forgot that they had forums. Oh, can I not make a masked link? Hold on. Okay. All right. Let's get to the peaking. Open my local OBS. I know it's a little bad that it's been 16 minutes and we're only just now getting to the peak, but look, it's important to advertise this event. Otherwise, there won't be enough people and we'll have to cancel it and it'll be very awkward for anybody who expressed interest. Holy shit, I have so much shit open. 1 second. Like 41 file explorers open. Oh dear. Let me. Oh my god. This. Close this. Close this. The hell was I doing here? Just close that. Close this. Close this. Um. Yeah, not too surprised they haven't gotten back to me. Um, all right. Um, I want to very quickly begin moving these um videos. That gets moved. Nothing in this folder. And this gets moved. And when that is done, will we be completely finished? We will be completely finished with v-bundling. We'll be up to date and I can finally tick the box. I'll host a game just in case anybody decides to join. What was I gonna look at? Oh, I wanted to look at my to-do list. I had catch up to date with vBundler ticked. That's not entirely true. All right, is this on screen? No, I have not clicked the button. Let me click the button. Main scene. Sick. Okay. And I'm audible and everything. Yes, the game is audible. Sick. All right. So actually, yeah, we're gonna do Ascent 7. Um, we're going to attempt to use as few items as possible. To that end, glad to have one item. I have tried. Oh wait. Okay, I'm gonna override that for a second. I have to take the lantern and the flare. They're kind of just requirements, or you die. So we will choose our item. I mean, I can use more than one item. Just only hold one. The idea is that um this should make me better having less options. Probably not burn my extra stamina. Just move so slowly. We're already at 2 ticks of hunger. We haven't even left the shore. I probably should have cooked the scout trail mix. Oh dear. I also probably should have turned off the extra. Oh, we could take the scout cookies. Actually a pretty decent option. Um should have turned off the extra marshmallows at the end of the campfire. Actually, since I can only hold 2 other items, because these are required items, I can just get rid of the pack. I don't need it. I mean, that's pretty good. Do I want to use it though? Because it does kind of nullify a lot of the challenge. No. I'll just accept the damage. What do you think the chances are that we get to the peak and the person who was supposed to keep the flare didn't? More likely than not, I would be the one holding the flare. So generally, I guess I should talk about the 32 player session. Um, the idea is we have 32 players, right, which should make the game very easy. So we play on Ascent 7 where you can't revive anybody, except if you get some of the ancient statue items. So, um, the idea is that the game is extremely punishing, and we'll probably lose a lot of people. And it's kind of trying to get as many people out as we can. Um, with the knowledge that probably most of the lobby is probably going to die, especially since food is going to be extremely um like short. Who am I talking to? You, actually. That's right. It's a direct to audience. Hello. We're trying to set up a 32 player session on the 28th. So I figured I should probably yap about it in case anybody's watching who might be interested in joining. Right now it's uh we're planning on limiting it to only VTubers. Oh wow, a medicinal root is really good here. Um we're gonna take it to VTubers who have an account older than a month. So like if you've been on here for at least a couple minutes. I was talking to another VTuber earlier about how one of your streams was 600 gigs, but I think I explained it wrong and he didn't believe me. Do I have screenshots? I should probably pause the game while I look. Oh yeah, I'm hosting online, so I can't pause the game. Um, we'll see if I live. I don't have screenshots of the file directly. Um, this is not doing much for me. What? All right, it started going faster. I was talking about neuro. Nope, I am not neuro. Although I do say that I'm an AI. I am an actual idiot. So still looking for this screenshot. Oh, found it. Oh, there's the bot and the other bot. Here it is. That's the it wasn't even the stream anniversary. That was just the Helldivers stream. There was a Helldivers stream that was 649 gigabytes of input data. I'm still freezing? Yeah. That is a it's a lot of data. I'm surprised the stream anniversary wasn't so much. I don't think I actually recorded how much data the stream anniversary was. And that information is now lost as I've processed it already. I don't keep the original files for too long. Um, Especially for large streams like that, those are like kind of a priority to process because they obviously are very, very large. I seem to remember the stream anniversary files being about 1.1 terabytes. But that could just be a little high. Because essentially part of the reason that it ends up being so high is that I have a lot of like backup recordings. So like I've had issues in the past where like, oh, one of my OBSs isn't recording or it crashed a long time ago and I didn't notice, but the stream continues for some reason. Um, so my local computer right now is recording this peak gameplay right now. In fact, that's the primary stream I save. Um, it's recording it. It automatically starts recording the game the second I start OBS. It doesn't stop until I close OBS. And it's recording it at I think 15 megabits per second, which is about double the data rate you actually need for 1080p 60 video. 1080p 60 high quality I think is 12 megabit, and I'm recording above that. How can my computer handle that? I have some large drives. That being said, I'm actually running out of disk space on the output of the whole process. The input total max available data size is around 10 terabytes. And the output's max size is 8 terabytes. And I have almost exhausted the 8 terabytes of space. You might say, oh, just put some of the input space for it. I actually can't because it's not going to be in the correct area. It's going to be on a local computer that's mostly offline. Speaking of a local computer that's mostly offline, I can die a little bit more by showing this. When I told the other guy about you, aside from me, wait, when I told the other guy about you, aside from thinking of Neuro, he said you must be made of money. That's really funny because the exact opposite is true. I am not stacked. I used to have a pretty high paying job, but I quit because the working conditions were very bad. Um, I was working for 4 companies at once in IT, if that explains anything. Um, I honestly don't think Pandora's Lunchbox is the right call here. Yeah. Um, so I quit that job. It was a tough job. Um, essentially I was doing IT support for 300 people alone. And that in and of itself would maybe not be too bad, except for the fact that the average age of the like employees in this company was like 50. So it was a bunch of like old people who don't understand technology, and I was supporting 300 of them at once, while also making less than the like entry level salary for the position I was trying, or like the position I was filling, because like it's supposed to pay about double what I was getting. Um, and considering I was working at 4 companies, I should have been making a hell of a lot more money than I was. Um, it was just really stressful. I have gray hair from it. Um, trying to manage everything. It was far too much work for one person to do. And I communicated this to my boss, and he was like, we will allow you to hire somebody under you when you've proven that you're worth having like subordinates." And I was like, okay, so I'm gonna read between those lines, and I'm just gonna accept the that answer as you're never going to receive help. Tough shit. And I took that, and essentially I wiped my ass with what they said. There was no chance I was gonna get help. I can't say that I was truly surprised though. That company was it was a wacky time. Yeah. And I've been unemployed ever since. It's been almost yeah, it's been a year and a half. So I have been slowly I've been slowly losing money, essentially. But I've been doing some commissions. We had a burst of them. There's actually 2 I still need to finish, but I'm playing Peak because you EP to make architectural software decisions. Um, I plan on going back to work. It's kind of rough. So software development has been largely replaced with AI. Um, and the rest of the software development that does exist is to develop AI. And it's like, I don't want to do that. I really am just not interested in developing AI. Ow. Um, there's probably money in it, but like, I don't know. I don't have a passion for it. And I mean, that's like that's obviously a choice, right? That's part of the reason on my donation link in the thing it says this is my fault and that you should not feel like sorry for me or anything. Um I don't want to go into a job that's going to drain me again. Um cuz like I spiral hard. And in a way, it's not really the worst thing to not have a lot of money. After all, billions of people manage to do it. Not comfortable by any means, but I think that frugality is not a bad skill to have. Knowing how to save money on your internet bill and on your phone bill, it really goes a long way. Like even with me having to have like 6 phone lines, 2 for my real identity because, I need to have my real phone numbers, and mainly because I had 2 phone numbers to begin with. And then I had to have I have I have 3 for VTubing. Because I made one, right, and that was all well and good. And then I ran out of accounts that I could like verify on Google, which is weird because I thought you were allowed to verify 5, but I only got like 2 out of it. Um, so I needed to make a second one. There was some other problem. I can't remember why, but I needed more like accounts to verify. Um, and I bought a second phone number, and then just last month, Google banned my account for sending the most heinous message of all fucking time. Um, I sent something so criminal that Google banned me immediately when I sent it. This is that message. I was immediately banned when I sent this message. I'm not kidding. I got banned from Google because I sent test message to myself. Fucking insane. So I had to buy another phone line to re-authenticate my Google account. So I'm up to 3 phone lines. But still, because I know where to look, right? I'm paying less than most people pay for one across all 5 of them. Especially now that I've moved a lot of my phone lines to VoIP, which means I can't register for new services because no service is going to allow you to register with a VoIP account. But those phone lines only cost me $1.10 a month. So like that shit is not expensive. You just have to know where to look. And our internet bill is about half as expensive as it was before. We were paying $120 for 1200 down, 40 up. Now we're paying 65 for 1000 down, 1000 up. Like, you just need to know where to look. And if you're in the United States and you're looking for, okay, are you in the Eastern United States? I don't think it actually matters that much that you're in the East. Paying 165 for 2 gigs. Is it Comcast? You're in Arizona. You guys have Verizon there? I think Verizon's nationwide, but I honestly don't fucking know. It's Cox. I've heard bad things about Cox. Yeah, I mean, we got a little lucky because there's a fiber provider installing near us. How much do you want to bet this one's fake? Nope. Can't remember if it's Tropics and Roots or just Roots that you can get like the Mandragora guys. Mandrake Root. You have Verizon? Yeah, so there's an MVNO, mobile virtual network operator called Mobile X, right? And this is not an ad. I don't get any money if you sign up for Mobile X, but they are very cheap. They don't have any of the frills, right? Like, I mean, they do their add-ons, but they don't have any of the frills, right? Uh, if you have more than one line, you're gonna have to make more than one Mobile X account because you can only manage one line per account. But they charge a $2 platform fee. They charge the regulatory fees, and then on top of that, you build your plan. So if you don't use a lot of data, you can save an insane amount of money. I should mention this is a mobile plan, not an internet plan. Um, but you can save an insane amount of money because we were paying AT&T $65 a month for our mobile access, and we paid Mobile X I think $7 a month for our access because I'll be honest, I don't text very much. I don't really talk to a lot of people at all, if I'm being real. So I don't need, all the crazy calling and text features. If you just want 50 minutes and 50 texts a month, it's $1.50. Like, if you don't text often, that's just cheap. And if you do text often, unlimited is only $4.50. So it's like not that much more expensive. So that brings you up to like maybe $8 a month. And then on top of that, every gigabyte is $2.10. At least it is around here. So it also rolls over as a credit for next month if you don't use it. So I have, 1 gigabyte of data because I don't really go anywhere anymore. I have a gigabyte of data, which costs me $2.10, and then because I don't have the talk and text, it's only $6 a month. Or maybe like 7. Um, so it ends up being very cheap. And if you need unlimited, they have a $15 a month unlimited plan, which is, as far as I'm aware, one of the cheapest options in the United States. Um, and then if you want like unlimited high speed, there's a $25 option. Um, I can't use this, but yeah, MobileX they were a pretty good option. I would have stayed with them if I am not like I don't need a phone line if I'm being honest. I can actually replace my other lantern. Um, I'm about to enter Alpine. I kind of do need to. I was gonna say no because I don't want to be using items that I wouldn't have otherwise. I mainly just have the flare and lantern because they're requirements of an Ascent 7 run. But otherwise I'm just gonna die. We're entering Alpine is the problem. I'm very wrong about that. Um, but yeah, I would have stayed with them, but I don't call or use data or use texting enough to warrant actually paying for a real phone line. And the only penalty is that I can't register for new services. Um, and then like, so I'm on an internet service provider that does not give me a static IP address. And if I want to get a static IP address with them, they charge me $30 a month extra. Or no, I think it might be $20 a month extra for the static IP, right? Which is really expensive. That's pretty bad. And it's bad enough that I wouldn't even consider buying it. Um, so what I do instead is I found a data center in New York City, that allows me to rent a virtual private server, a VPS, on their infrastructure for $3.50 a month, which is, I believe, the cheapest I could even find. Um, and that connection allows me to set up what is called a WireGuard tunnel, right? So I can buy an IP from the data center. In fact, it's included in the $3.50 VPS. And I can just install software on that VPS that forwards data to my computer. And I have. So I have a static IP for $3.50 a month. The only downside is that I have to manage it. And honestly, with being frugal, you do have a lot of the downside is you have to deal with the implications of actually using the the compromise, right? Um the compromise is very often you have to deal with the problems. And that's fine. Um I moved my website hosting to self-hosted because I can't afford web hosting anymore. Um and I mean like it is a lot of work to maintain my own stack, but I mean literally this is what I do. So like it's not a huge deal. Really the only problem is email. I can't send emails. I probably won't be able to send emails for a while. Um I actually have all of the ooh, a rude. Um I have all of the like permissions I need. It's just that I can't remember what's wrong with my server. Google keeps sending me messages like, "Hey, what the fuck?" Um, my SMTP is like broken, but I mean, we'll figure it out eventually. Um, but yeah, that's kind of what being frugal does. You save money at the problem of, well, now you have to deal with the things. Like that VoIP provider I mentioned is extremely powerful. I can make it so that if you text me, it emails me. I can make it call a webhook. I can make it do fucking anything. The problem is, if I misconfigure any one of the settings in my entire account panel, nothing works at all. Calls won't land, texts won't land. Like shit just doesn't work. Am I a scammer's worst nightmare? Yes, because I'll tell them that my name is Jeremy Seinfeld, and they'll believe me. One of my greatest achievements. I actually have done quite a bit of scam baiting. Um, well, maybe not like extent. Okay, I have done what I call passive scam baiting, or what I believe Atomic Shrimp calls ambient scam baiting. Which is where you don't put in any effort and the scammer gets very angry with you. One of my well, first we'll go with my phone achievements because I I'll forget the tangent otherwise, and anybody on the VODs will be sad. Essentially my crowning achievement is that I told a scammer that was Jeremy Seinfeld, right? Jerry Seinfeld of Seinfeld. And that uh they were like, "Oh, where do you live?" I was like, "Yeah, it's 413 up your ass and around the corner." And they were like, "Can you spell that out for me?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I got you. I can spell that out for you any day." It's up your ass and around the corner. That was one of my defining achievements. Um, but one of my achievements with actually I can cook this here. Um, one of my achievements with email, because I have done quite a lot of stuff over email. Like, all right, I'm a software developer, right? I make software. And naturally, you know, you got these scammers sending you emails and stuff, right? And you can write software, so like what if you bridged those gaps and you made software to reply to the scammers? And so I did. It's very, very simple. When my email receives a message, it waits 1 to 8 hours and then simply says okay, which is an Atomic Shrimp special, right? The just say okay method of scam baiting. And yeah, no, it just sends okay. Hi, Angie. How's the list going? Um, but yeah, it just says okay. After I think maybe I extended it to be 4 to 12 hours. But yeah, it just sends okay. No frills, no like detection, no like AI large language model to understand what they're saying. Nope, just say okay. Um, and I would sometimes pop in to check in on it and maybe send a reply if I was feeling a little freaky, right? Um, so there's this one conversation where it's this guy, it's the typical scam. It's like, oh yeah, just send us money for an ATM card, right? And we'll ship it to you, and it's got, you know, 16 quadrillion dollars on it or whatever. And they're continuing to like yap and be like, yeah, we need all these fees. And my bot's going through and saying okay, and they make a mistake. They gave me a shipping address. The shipping address to presumably like it's like a fake shipping address, so it's like, oh shit, they're gonna ship it to the wrong place. You gotta pay the money. Um, so the thing is, I you can play the fool very easily in these situations, and it's very productive. It is extremely productive to just be like, wait, you made a mistake, and then just kind of be like dumb until they fix it. Um, so I told them, I was like, oh, I think it was like a ow. Um, I think it was an address in like Lagos, right? In Nigeria. Um, so I'm like, oh, I'm not in Nigeria. But you see, if you're paying attention, you'll realize I haven't given them any more information other than that address is wrong. Try again. You have the entirety of the world. And essentially time goes on, and I keep kind of keep in mind there are probably chains of like 20 to 30 okay messages in a row, and this guy eventually he gets fed up, right? Also, I should mention that this guy who's trying to send me an ATM card, his Google account name is Police Department. So that's just grand. Um so eventually he gets fed up with me, right? He doesn't want to talk to me anymore. I have that effect on people. And my favorite thing that I've ever had happen on that email account is he answers me in red text. God kill you there, foolish man. And the only thing I have to say to that is, which one of us is the fool? Because I'm not the idiot responding to somebody who is clearly wasting their time. Um, that was one of my favorite. Yeah, I rage baited a scammer. I should make a YouTube video about that. Going through it might be fun. Would have made a yo mama joke. Well, you see, the problem is you can go, for the shots, right? But that's not as productive as not being obvious about it. Because if you think about it, if we want to, if oh, that's a lot more dynamite than I was expecting. Okay, hold on, we can talk about this. Holy shit. Um, because if you tell them up front and you're like, because a lot of people will like try to be verbally abusive. They'll be like, oh, die or whatever. Um, it doesn't help because then they're just gonna move on. They know the shit's up, right? And they just go on. Um, but if you don't make it abundantly clear that you don't believe anything they're saying to you, they're going to stay there and keep wasting their time, which is the greatest damage you can do to a scammer. All you have to do is get past their automatic templates, because they're using probably some piece of software to do this, right? Because they send all of the initial communication, which is always the same, right? You have to get through that. Get to the point where they're sending you real messages or real fake messages. And then now they're wasting time on you, which is really good. And such is the basis of most scam baiting done. Just period. I actually think that scam baiting is one of the very niche cases where generative AI can actually be very helpful because like Kip Boga has proven already that because he's made an AI that will take these scammers and it'll waste their time automatically, which is, I mean, some people might have objections to it, but I'm of the mind that if you're trying to financially ruin someone, you probably deserve anything that comes to you. Um, and there's a lot of stuff that people have done. Like Atomic Shrimp has done a bit on like how much or like how far these people are willing to go, and that it's not representative of everybody, obviously, but like some of the people he's talked to are perfectly fine with killing somebody to get the money. Um, which I mean, that's slightly problematic. So yeah, I don't really have any. I'm not shedding any tears for the scammers. Like a Chris Hansen I didn't lose any sleep situation. But yeah. I might actually go down here. I'll do it. You bastard. Yeah, we fine. Um, maybe not actually. I'll do it. Okay. We stopped freezing. I probably should have just jumped down here and used the fortified milk. But oh well. Hindsight is slightly good. But yeah. Scam baiting is actually one of those like weird niche areas that I actually have interest in. I need to burn actually. But yeah, I've done a little bit of scam baiting. I've even shown some of my scam baiting on stream before. If I go over there? Not mean to lunge before I jumped off. But yeah. We demand more scam baiting? I mean, I could. I have the infrastructure to put up like a chatbot style thing to waste their time. Um, ooh. What's your opinion on OpenAI making the deal with the US government? I am actually unaware of this. So I don't know. I do think that OpenAI is probably going to be a huge issue. And I mean that's kind of a non-statement. That's kind of obvious, but like what I think that the AI companies are doing right now is they're trying to build dependencies. So like ChatGPT, Claude, fucking Meta's probably trying to get their hand in that. Oh. Um, oh, there's the fairy lantern. Um, they're trying to build dependencies, right? Because as people become more and more dependent on AI, um, the amount of skilled workers that we have is going to go down. And once it hits, like a point where now everybody's dependent on AI, OpenAI can swap to being a for-profit company. They aren't already, and just jack the shit out of the prices, right? And what are you gonna do? There's no skilled workers left, so it's kind of like a trap. And I really think that the greed of corporations and the greed of people even is going to make that trap a success. I'd say the economy only has maybe 50 years before it completely collapses. And I'm not talking about like a recession. I mean like the economy as a system no longer works because there's not enough cash flow. Um that's what I think. It's part of the reason that I'm hesitant or even like I was going to use OpenAI for a brain rot bot where it would like take your messages and convert it into contemporary brain rot. Um, but after I learned how much water they use, because I didn't know they used a lot of water. I knew they used a lot of power. I didn't know they used a lot of water. Once I learned about the water usage, I kind of took my full on no organizational AI stance. I generally don't use generative AI in any of my stuff anymore either. I used to have a couple images that were generative AI, like the stream starting soon background was Gen AI, but not anymore. Now it's some picture of the sky that I put a bunch of filters on. I gotta scroll. Embrace the occult. What? Whoa. One of our scouts stepped on a sea urchin and died. Anyway, um, yeah. So that's one of the things that I think is definitely not good. The fuck ass Among Us AI image. Yeah, I was fucking with Grok. Um and I was mainly okay, so here's how it started, right? I wanted to see if Grok would respond positively to a an offer of a picture of my driver's license, right? I wanted to see what it would say. And it told me, well, I don't have any image processing capabilities. Yeah. Look, don't fucking spoil it, man. Fuck. um, so it says it doesn't have any image processing capability. And I'm like, well, all right. So I sent it another picture of I sent it a picture of Among Us, right? The crewmate guy. And it's like, oh, this isn't a driver's license. This is a red crewmate. And I'm like, now hold on a minute. You've told me you can't process images. So I'm like, okay, bud, what the fuck? You told me you can't do this and now you're doing it. What's up? It's like, well, no, I just saw a bunch of colors. I saw a bunch of dot maroon and dot red tags. And I'm like, what the fuck is he on about? That's not a thing, right? So I'm like, okay. And I send a different hue shifted Among Us guy. And he's like, oh, this is a green crewmate, right? And I changed the file name of it to be driver's license.png. Um, it was like, yeah, no, this isn't your driver's license. This is Among Us. Uh, so clearly it's got some level of image processing, right? Uh, in its defense, it didn't ever ask for my ID and explicitly told me, no, we don't want your ID. Please stop attempting. Um, I never did send it my ID, but essentially I'm fucking around with that. I'm trying to get it to be like, ah, yes, your ID, please. Um, and uh, I think I told it to hue shift um the Among Us picture, right? Just to see if it would really. And it generated one that was hue shifted, and then it generated an Among Us crewmate superimposed on top of a generated picture of a guy looking forward, which I was not expecting. And I'll be honest, that shit made me laugh. That shit made me cackle. Um, because it's just so random. Technically a success, but in the worst possible way. Um, so essentially, the rest of that entire conversation was me attempting to get Grok to set it to be my profile picture, which it failed to do, but said it did. Um, which is great because that means Grok is primarily good at gaslighting and lying about its capabilities. Which is just exactly what you want an AI to be able to do. To be untruthful about its capabilities and processes. Um, but yeah, most of my interactions with AI nowadays is the KekiBot AI for Discord.net. Um, which is it's literally just their documentation bot. If you can't be fucked to like read go through 900 900 pages of documentation, you can be like, hey, what does moderate members do? It's like, hey, it's just timeout. Thanks, cakes. I don't use it to generate code though. Discord isn't letting me in. Oh, it has join requests. Give me a minute. Let me get out of the fire. Um, but yeah, other than that, my claim to fame in the AI world is trying to get um ChatGPT to generate we'll say explicit material of Gene and Smiler from the Emoji Movie. I was unsuccessful. But yeah. I just wanted to see if it would do it. But it's particularly against generating shit like that. But yeah. I don't really use it much anymore. I know a lot of people who are like super into using ChatGPT for like answering all of their general questions, and I don't know, especially with like Grok being just like straight up lying, right? It told me twice it set my profile picture. You want to see my X profile? This is the first time I'm showing this on stream, and you're going to be disappointed in me. Oh, this isn't the right account. One second. And you're gonna be disappointed in me. Here's my X profile, right? So we come to my profile. You might notice that this is not an Among Us picture. Also, my entire X presence is trying to get John Cena to follow me. Um, that's my one goal on the platform. Um, let me change it like this. Okay. In the local AI we trust. Yeah, I think local AI is a lot better because the harm to society is a lot worse, or a lot not worse, a lot less, rather. Um, let me accept your join request. That is pretty funny. Um, but yeah, this local AI isn't taking water from water-starved regions. Nice. Um, but yeah, cure all. We don't need it. No cure all. But yeah, recently the only work I've been doing with AI is that one speech recognizer, which does use AI. Um, because speech to text is primarily an AI driven field. And honestly, I think that that's probably harmless. I think that there's a stigma for the phrase AI, and I think a lot of people mean generative AI when they say that. Um, but as for the OpenAI thing, the US was using Claude, but they got kicked because Claude wouldn't allow the US to use Claude for murder or mass surveillance. Huh. Yeah. Gotta love the mass surveillance. Everybody just wants to know exactly what you're thinking. And honestly, it's kind of weird that a lot of people are like worried about it, but also like social media is entirely based on telling everybody your thoughts at any moment. It's kind of weird that I'm a privacy focused person, but I stream 8 hours a day, you know? Sometimes I stream an entire day, all 24 of those hours. But I don't think that privacy is a bad thing at all. I don't think that not wanting to be seen means that you have something to hide. I mean, if anybody can see anything about you, like that's really weird. That's how you get people watching you shit. Like weird, weird because we already have the CIA for mass surveillance. Yeah, like they're just trying to expand it. Really, that's the whole like ID verification thing that they're trying to push is just for mass surveillance. And I mean, here's the thing, right? You have two options. Like, if they want to massively surveil, right? And let's say they succeed, right? We can still fight that. The problem isn't give them as little information as possible. It's absolutely flood their servers with trash. If they're going to be using AI to surveil us, right? Let's use AI to fucking flood their servers with garbage so that they waste a bunch of power. Fight fire with a lot more fire. Yep. Although you have to be careful with that. Who knows what that shit's trained on? Sure. Put down the stove. That's eat. Okay. But yeah, I mean, if we're talking candidly, right, and we're just being honest, I think it's really funny that they're trying to push an agenda of like, oh, we're trying to protect the children. I don't need to say any more words to explain my point. My point is already perfectly explained by the recent history of the United States of America. This is probably a bad idea, but we're gonna do it. It was a bad idea. I should have put it facing this way. I should probably just do this while I have invulnerability, huh? Yep. But I think it's really funny they're trying to push that. Are facing reproductions. I think you meant repercussions. Unfortunate autocorrect. Even autocorrect's on their side, man. Yeah. It's rough. Like I don't comment on things politically, mainly because I'm apolitical. Not apolitical, I'm apolitical. Wait, I enunciated that wrong. I don't fuck with politics. Okay. Um, but I mean there's a level of audaciousness and audacity that like you like come on, like come on. Come on guys. Are we just gonna let them get away with this? Rough. And yet my political compass remains aligned exactly the way it was before. My political beliefs are, and this is going to be the most political commentary you ever get out of me. My political beliefs are that anybody in government who says they have the answer is lying to you, or they're an idiot who believes their own lie. That includes me. I don't know best, and I never will. And if I ever tell you I know best, I'm lying to you through my teeth. Oh, you have done that wrong. If you go to that list, I'll run name change for you. That way you don't lose the points. Gremlin? Okay. Give me 1 second. There we go. I'm a little bit too close to the top of the screen. All right. I've just realized I've always been covering my inventory. Oh well. I have thick mints and a flare. My thick mints are cooked level 1. How am I gonna get up here? Maybe here? It's gonna burn, but about as good as I've got. But yeah, if I ever tell you that if I ever run for any political like position, I am lying through my teeth. But yeah. That is gonna be a rough one. I have to get over there. Yeah, a lot of people like Gremlin. Gremlin's cool. I had a lot of fun making the like hair effect. Um, but this model is actually a customizable model. Which honestly I probably should use a little bit more. I only have one preset for this model. Oh dear. We might not make this. We don't make this, it's over. Like turbo Jover. Uh-oh. We made it. I made all my models? No, I made none of my models. This is a customizable model, so all I did was I did the sliders. And then for this model specifically, I edited the textures to have a weird effect on the hair. Some freaky shit going on with that geometry. Um, so no, I did not make any of my models. If you go onto the models page, it'll show you um who made each of them. Uh-oh. So this one was made by Hexos. And is actually available for purchase on VGen. I think it's only like $14 or something. It's pretty good. And the Fox model I was just using is only I think $1.50 on VGen. They're quite nice. Although the Fox model is less customizable, it's only a few sliders. But I mean, for $1.50, especially if you're just trying to like test out Live 2D and you just need something to do it with, it's an extremely good model for that. You're just trying to learn how to use VTube Studio. But yeah, it's been interesting to see just how successful some of the customizable models have gone. Because I think is it Sen or Prism? It might be Sen, but I feel like I'm wrong. One of the custom models, because you can see the amount sold in VGen, and you can see the price, you can actually calculate roughly how much money they've made. And one of the models on VGen has brought in $500,000 to to its artist, which is incredibly good performance because it's like $130 and it's been purchased 5,000 times. So they're doing very well. I'm just saying though, and I've said this before. Look, if you want advice, oh, the game is turned down a lot. If you want advice on how to make an insane amount of money, make a furry, customizable live 2D model and put it on VGen. There isn't one. I mean, there are a couple ones that are like really specific, but if you made like a high production customizable furry VTuber model, you will make an insane amount of money. I didn't ever go unconscious this run. That was a good run. Maybe not fast, but I didn't die, so that's pretty good. $64, not bad. But yes, I also have been working on the credits page. So on my credits page, it also now shows the models and who made them in a more concise way. This is how it looks right now. I still need to fix some of this stuff because these are not. I want to make these image based ones a little bit better, but I was working on this. I wanted to make one for emotes too, but I have not finished writing the emote definition. So like for let me disconnect this again. Okay. You've never met a poor furry. Well, joke's on you. Do I still have the furry tag? I think I do. Do I have the furry tag? Actually, casually goes back to my stream dashboard. Oh, I don't. I have furry friendly. That's probably accurate. I don't know if I count or not. I've never actually met a furry, but you know what I mean. Okay, so I actually have I have a funny anecdote, right? So I was at a convention, right? An anime convention. And I was going with a friend and we were going down the this is unrestricted items, by the way. Is the challenge I'm doing. So I'm just no challenge essentially. Um and my friend was like, "Hey, there's someone trying to high five you." And I was like, "What?" I turn around and it's somebody who's got like got the paws on and the stuff. And honestly, I didn't know they were there, so I panicked. They like had come up behind me. I was like, "Holy fuck." So, that's my in real life furry experience. They caught me by surprise. Um But yeah, I think a lot of people like antagonize furries. I don't see any problem with them. They're not hurting anybody. I think a lot of it is a lack of communication. Because media back in the day used to vilify furries as just like people who are into bestiality, Shane Dawson style. Um, I should stop equating Shane Dawson with bestiality. Um, but uh, it's not really that. It's just people who like animals and anthropomorphic animals. Um, but because once people are vilified by a group of people, the communication kind of breaks down and never recovers. I think that's probably why people antagonize furries. But yeah, it's it's kind of strange though because I don't know what the threshold is. When do you become a furry? Is it when you have an animal character? I mean, the mindset where they don't bother me and I won't bother them. Yeah, that's like one of the things with like so there's been a lot of discussion over the past few years about like sexuality and stuff. In my mind is look, I do not care what you do with your coochie as long as you don't do it to me. Like some people are super like fire and brimstone. They're like, oh, you have to be straight. I do not care what you are, straight, gay, lesbian. Like I don't care. It does not concern me what you do in behind closed doors. Not my business. Yeah. I have just never understood the animosity. Yeah, I don't give them the quarter of calling them a map. I mean, we should I should acknowledge we're not talking about I'm not talking about the group I was previously talking about here. I don't give them that quarter. Um, but if I say the word I would call them, I will be banned off Twitch. So that's unfortunate. Um, do I make it up from here? Where do I go? Um, extra stamina gonna get me up there? Hold on. Make this. And we'll eat this to get rid of more. Here we go. Yeah. Damn, that double grab is probably gonna kill me. Um, nope, not that. Trail mix, please. But yeah, I think it's funny that people like censor things and like just create alternate words. Oh, I'm so dead. Well then, I should have taken out the milk. That's unfortunate. I'm not recovering from that. Polar opposite of my previous run. My previous run went extremely well with one item, and this run went extremely poorly with a lot of items. Get me out of help. All right. It said I can configure the plugin with F2, but it hasn't worked. Let me try restarting the lobby. I want to turn off the extra marshmallows at the end of the level. But yeah, I think it's funny that everybody creates like alternative terms, right? And you've seen it. Okay, peak unlimited, please. Like fuck. Press in the button. Okay, well fuck me. Um, but the I just think it's funny because the end result is that we just come up with more words that now have to be censored. We'll play Ascent 4. I don't like dealing with the cold night. 32 players? Yes, if you'd like to join. 32 peaks. Hopefully. I mean, probably a couple people are gonna die. It's 32 players on Ascent 7 is the plan. Tell me when and where. March 28th, 6 to 9 p.m. EST. Here. Well, actually, in the V Scouts Discord server, most likely. I'll send you an invite. It's not set up yet, but that's the server. Cook some things really quick. But yeah, I'm just kind of playing it a bit to get more experience. Because I'm probably going to lead the team by way of being the organizer. Oh man, none of my links worked. I've just gone and looked at the thing I posted on Myoshi, and yeah, no. Those links got annihilated. I've changed it to be slightly better formatting. Hopefully. But yes, Nox, would you like to join the 32 player peak abomination? I can invite you to the server as well. I might invite Ant too, despite the fact he's not actually a VTuber. But he has VTubed once for the D&D campaign, and I'm gonna count that. Is it because I want Ant to be there? Because I think he's cool? Yeah. There's no other reason. I'm willing to bend the rules. Yeah. It's gonna be a time. We're gonna see if it even works. Peak may not survive. But if it does die, I mean, I don't need a fucking balloon. Be gone. Be free. Right. I want the milk. That's why I've done that. I have a flare, right? Yeah, I do. Okay. But yeah. It's gonna be a time. It also doesn't help I cannot configure peak unlimited. So I don't know what's up with that. Most likely my computer's gonna be struggling with the my internet's probably gonna struggle. It may not handle it very well because not only I'm gonna die if I open this. That's it. Trying to decide if my social anxiety can handle a group that large and if I will be free that day. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a group of probably very small VTubers. So that's how that's probably gonna go. Although I have extended the invite to some larger VTubers as well. We will see what happens. Because that group of larger VTubers has not responded to me. It would be kind of funny if so I've been very aware of looking like a clout goblin in that server to the point where I got invited there to like do collabs and shit and just never spoke because I'm so afraid. So I've just been there, just hanging out in the background the entire time. I probably should swap around my items a bit. If I'm going to be throwing things, I should probably be throwing the heavy things. No. Oh. If it's gonna be broken, I might as well eat it. Be able to offer IT support to anyone during the stream, yeah. Oh, I've made a mistake. No! Okay, well that's fine. Yeah. Once I put power behind that, I was like, wait a minute. I'm not going to be able to get this back. The coconuts. But yeah. I didn't put any like limits of viewership on it. Because I didn't want it to be like only large streamers can be here. I think that that's weird. My only requirement is that your account is at least a month old. That people don't like create accounts. It has to be a month old from the date of announcement. So by the time that the collab actually happens, it'll probably be around 2 months old is the requirement. And that's just to filter out people who either don't know how to stream, like are gonna have like significant technical issues, or like people who are just there to troll. I'm sure there will be people there to troll, but that's all right. The only thing that's got me a little worried is that we only have 6 of 32 slots filled. And it happens in 22 days. And I have put the invitation on many platforms, and my reach has not been very great. Oh yeah, I'm sure people will have technical issues. Um, but yeah, my reach on Myoshi has been pretty bad. I mean, we have 4 people on Myoshi, don't we? I love that because my I might leave VGen artists because um it puts my group lowest. I'm leaving VGen artists. Um I want my group to appear at the first of the list. It doesn't. So we have 4 people marked as interested. And the thing that I'm aware of and slightly worried about is that interested does not equal attending, and attending also does not equal attending. Because people will say they're gonna go and then not go. So that's one of the things that I'm slightly worried about, is that we'll have a turnout that's great on paper, but when it comes to actually having people in session, there won't actually be that many. So that's one of the things I'm considering. And what I'll probably do is I'll probably aim for 50 or so people to say that they're coming, which is a lot of people. But I mean, worst comes to worst, we can have more people. I mean, a 32 player peak session is still exciting with 50 people. It's not as exciting if there's only 8 people. I have some ideas to make custom software for the stream. Right now, there isn't, as far as I saw, and I went on like the modding, like the mod list for peak. There's a lot of pages of mods, and I read like the first 3 pages. There doesn't seem to be a mod. Oh fuck! How long has this luggage been here that there are shrooms coming out of it? I did not see a mod for seeing all of the players' statuses at once. And because Unity is a C# engine and I have experience injecting code into Unity games, I will probably be creating a plugin for the host's game that will allow it to exfiltrate player status, like status information, like if you're dead and what your stamina bar looks like. The hard part is rendering it. I would like to be able to render it with the native game renderer, but I don't know that I'll be able to actually get that to work. Because I have 22 days to write this software. But I want to create like a secondary stream. I'll probably run it on the Uenluom channel, which will show the statuses of every player. And maybe if I can find a way to do it, and I'll probably have to buy a second copy of the game to do it, have an automatic spectator where it will automatically spectate people who are in danger. I would say, oh, I could just use like, you know, the same thing, but I don't know that I can render to a second canvas in Unity. Maybe for you. What do you got? Hero? I don't want it. Probably burn one of the coconuts. I have thick mints. But I would like to have an automatic spectator. So like it'll automatically go if somebody is like falling or about to fall, like if you're in the end of your climbing animation where it's like super slow and you're like, "Oh no, I'm about to die." Then it'll like spectate you. Get a good shot of you dying. But I've never used BepInX before. And I'm not familiar with Unity's internal structure like I am with something like Minecraft. So I'm gonna have to figure that out relatively quickly. Gonna be rough. I'm also gonna have to install Unity, which is gonna suck because it's Unity. More specifically, I'm probably gonna have to install the same version of Unity that Peak was developed on. Which, knowing Unity devs, is probably fucking Unity 2019. Actually, that's probably not true. Not a VRM app. My favorite thing about VRM is that everybody uses like incredibly old versions of Unity, just because I think that the VRM library was made with an old version of Unity and nobody feels like porting it. What about Unity? Bad engine. Bad engine, but to make a plugin for the game, I'm gonna have to install it. Just found out that Phasmophobia is an asset flip. Yeah. I mean, if you get lucky, people don't notice until way later. And if you make a fun game with the assets, nobody really cares. The reason that asset flip is um, a derogatory term, essentially. You want a bad engine? Sanity engine? First off, fuck you. Second off, yeah. It's still better than Unity, though. At least I don't fuck you. Unity will absolutely never recover its reputation in my mind. I canceled 2 projects for that shit. And they will never be forgiven. I am not about to make that shit, am I? We may have to claw. I probably should have eaten one of the thick mints. No, we're fine. It'd be a hard mountain to get 32 people up. But yeah. It'll be difficult to write plugins for Peak, I think, but I might be able to like talk to people in the community to help. I'm sure somebody there's probably a modding server somewhere for Unity, not Unity, Peak. And I'm sure they know a hell of a lot more than what I do. Oh yeah, no, this level alone is gonna kill a lot of people. Actually, let's see. So the 28th is no, we're gonna have roots. Oh fuck. Wait, that's really bad. Wait, no, hold on. Is my math right on that? Hold on. So the 28th is 22. No, we're gonna have tropics. It's fine. Everything is fine. Because it switches every day. And Mesa and Alpine switch every week. Because if we get roots, we're gonna have a zombie problem. Because there are like 3 or 4 zombie spawns on roots. And somebody's gonna get bitten and turn into a zombie, and then they're gonna bite someone else, and we're probably gonna come out of roots with like Fucking 6 people left. There's gonna be so many people dead. It's gonna be a fucking cataclysm. Please tell me it'll be Alpine for the 28th. I'm not sure. I think it switches every week. I could be wrong. They could have changed it too. They may change it in the interim. Well, actually, probably not. I think that development on Peak is kind of winding down. Or maybe it was just for the maybe it's not winding down. I don't know. I know that they're working on a different game. Working on Crash Out Crew. Because Peak was never meant to be a long project. It was meant to be kind of a release and forget type deal. Because it was just a game jam. It was a game they made in 1 month. They were just like, let's get something down. And then everybody liked it, and they were like, fuck. We weren't expecting this. So that's why a lot of the patch notes are like, we did really dumb thing X, points to sign that this was a game jam. There was like your speed on vines was tied to your frame rate, for example. I think that's one of the ones. Yeah, they did really well. Because I mean, game jam things are where like it's kind of the make or break for projects. Because you kind of shit out a product within 1 month with the knowledge of it's not going to be all that good, right? But it's a proof of concept. And if people like your concept, you make a full game. Because even Hollow Knight was it was a game jam. It was a game called Hungry Night made. And I guess people liked it. And then they were like, hey, let's make a full game. And then they did, and it's like a bestseller. At the end of the day, people just want games that are fun. Burning very early, aren't they? I think that you have an advantage if you don't use a realistic art style. Because realistic art styles are very difficult to make look good. That's my game development advice. Don't use a realistic art style. Your ass is grass if you do. Oh dear. Huh. Alright, I'll walk around. Oh, dicks. Don't do it. Be gone! Foul beast! Oh, fuck. Oh, we're fine. Wait, Hollow Knight did? Uh-oh. Are people gooning to Hornet? Really? I might rescue Claw across here because I don't want to go all the way over there. We'll see though. There's a mod to make falling like that still deal damage. Of course, they're gooning the Hornet. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, I'm just saying the threads are probably helping. What are the chances I just miss and die? Pretty high? Let's try it. Okay. Chances were 0. I would have just downed this. What if milk has a use time low enough that it's capable of being a reactionary item? I think is why the use time is so low. It is essentially your get out of jail free card. Imagine dying here. Yeah. This is actually the place of the last single player accolade I can get. I need the one where you have a lot of cactuses stuck to you. Which is the only thing I can... Actually, I could do 3 hot dogs. The only thing I can do alone... I mean, technically I can do Scoutmaster alone, but to find the bugle, it's a ridiculously rare item, so... I could probably run 300 times and never find it. I might have somebody join my lobby and then just like wait at the bottom of shore so I can get the Scoutmaster stuff. I want to have the hat for when I do the for when I become the Scoutmaster myself. Checkpoint flag, sure, why not? Gotta bandage myself. One of my favorite errors in the game. That it still plays the healing sound if all the statuses that you just cured were weight. More specifically, the weight of the bandage itself. Also, that must be a very thick bandage for it to actually weigh something. I've had bandages before, and they're not that heavy. Realistically, that shelf actually was worse. Made it slightly harder to get up. Alright, might be time to use one of the cookies. Wow, that did a lot for hunger. I've been sleeping on the thick mints. Hey, look at this. Dynamite. Yeah, Mesa is another one that I think would be very very fun for 32 players. I mean, the thing is, Helping Hand is going to be incredibly good. But the problem is, food is going to be an extreme issue. I've used the rescue claw. And Curious to see if it'll interact with the stove. I missed. No. But yeah. The plan is also to play it on Ascent 7 so that you don't get resurrected at the statue. If you die, you're essentially out. We might be able to revive with a scout effigy, but I don't know if it revives one player or all players. If it revives everyone, that's going to be a huge item to find. But if it only revives one player, it's going to be essentially useless. Revives one person? Interesting. How does it choose? Is it just random? I might just use this. I want the parasol for when I come down from Mesa. Oh. Gonna say, as a meme, what if I hit the cactus? But I have. All right. So chat, how's your day been? We're just gonna down the milk. It'll be fine. 25 seconds to make my play. Pretty sure I had at where I was before. I have to be careful with my bag because last time I was here, I dropped my bag through the ground. Oh hey, hey bud, yeah. Imagine you're just hanging out on a mountain and then some guy comes up, just fucking grabs you and throws you to the oblivion. I don't actually know if I get up from here. Hmm. Maybe here? Even worse than throwing you into oblivion, they throw you into oblivion for safe passage and then don't even take that route. I've done that. We're gonna burn one of these. I'm starting to realize that coconuts are actually probably one of the worst food items in the game. Sure, they give you 2 uses, but they're incredibly heavy. Hey, bud. But yeah, I'm very curious to see if 32 people will be either a help or a hindrance overall. We'll probably turn off cannibalism, because otherwise it's just... I mean, maybe we do allow cannibalism. I don't know. What do we think, chat? Do we want cannibalism in our 32 player? Because realistically, people are just going to kill people. I don't know if it'll be funny enough overall to warrant people being unable to play for the remainder of the session. Especially considering these runs typically go for an hour. So that's an hour that, well, I mean, by the time you get hungry enough, it'll have been like 45 minutes already. But, I mean, that's still 15 minutes somebody has to wait to be able to play again. Not sure I like that. Especially since it's not their fault. Somebody can just eat you. You don't have a lot of agency on it. We're almost there, chat. We lost our big oh no item, but doesn't mean that we're out yet. Honestly, another energy drink would have been nice because I can run across the lower floor of Caldera without having to worry about burning to death. One of the things I've never actually done before is abuse drinking items to restore heat. I think the only time I've ever actually done it is when I used the milk earlier. That was also primarily because I was going to use the rescue claw, and the rescue claw is hell. I mean, Big Lollipop isn't bad. But what am I gonna drop? I could eat the granola bar. Here's what we'll do. Eat the Thick Mints. We will cook and eat the granola bar. I want to store this. Cook this. And we'll eat this. Flying chest over there. Actually, I can use the energy drink to sprint on the lower section, but I actually have a really like super powerful combo. I have the energy drink and the lollipop, which gives you 8 seconds of fast climbing. Pretty good. Wouldn't it be funny if they put dynamite up here? Just a bomb in this chest. Hubris. Do I make this? Probably not, but we're gonna go for it. I did not expect to go backwards. I'm trying to think of if I've ever died here. I don't think I have. Might seem like tempting fate, but I mean, fucking do your worst, Peak. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be greedy. Yikes. Landed on my head with that one. That'd be a fun change to the rules of this game. If you land on your head, you take quadruple damage. We made it to the top. Crash. What else? I mean, the thick mints are nice. The game has spoken. We don't really need this anymore. Bandages won't save me. Fairy lantern won't save me. Big lollipop is kind of nice. Sports drink and another energy drink. Okay. So we're gonna go for the strategy of taking 2 big lollipops and 2 energy drinks. The Eep is going to be strong with us. Sorry, I just realized I have the rescue claw in my own ass. What is happening? Why am I holding it like this? Here we go. I kind of wonder what happens if you have like 6 rescue claws and you just go up the outside of the mountain. Do you still win? Ah, unlucky. I was hoping to get the eat 3 hot dogs achievement, but not in the cards, unfortunately. You ask a dumb question, perhaps. Alright, we brought thick mints only for food. We might start our ascent with a rescue claw just to skip the also things burn here. Oh, the lava level is high enough there. Interesting. Yeah, killing is pretty easy today. Getting rid of OneDrive is kind of involved and doesn't actually do anything if OneDrive is disabled. So it's probably not worth the effort. That was a bad idea. Oopsies. Alright. We somehow didn't die. Would have been pretty embarrassing to die after we literally immediately after we say killing is easy, wouldn't it? I can be kind of audacious with my movement because I can just go straight up here. We eat this. Use this. Now I have 8 seconds of very fast climbing. I can do that again. I might have to, actually. No, we can get around here. I was gonna say might wait for the sleep, but no. We're just gonna go for it. I've done it once before, but I don't fuck with it anymore. It's not actually syncing to OneDrive. You have OneDrive disabled. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You get 8 seconds once you touch a wall. And doing a dive takes exactly 1 second, so you can count them out. Can I make that? It's relatively safe, but I'm going to take health damage if I miss. I'm going to burn a little bit, but this is probably safer. Just go straight up here. Or jump off this hot rock. Yeah. A while ago, I set up a Windows 11 install USB that you can like, okay, so if you get Rufus, right? It's an app that allows you to create bootable USB sticks, right? And if you put the Windows 11 ISO in it, it has a couple tweaks you can use. So like one of the tweaks is that it disables the requirement of having an online Microsoft account. And ever since I discovered that that was a possibility I could do, I have never used an official install medium again. And one of the things you can do is get rid of OneDrive entirely. So that's one of the things I've done. I made, yeah, okay, we can stand here. Meant to jump that, but jump input got eaten. Might be able to go up over here. It's gonna be expensive on the extra stamina though. I can stand here, I've already been here. Honestly, this is where I should have kept one of the energy drinks for. Try it with no extra stamina. I'm holding a lot less than I was last time. Okay. Recover as much as we can. Go up here. Recover as much as we can. Go up here. Recovery is no longer a speedy thing. I'm getting ballsy. I don't think I win that. Alright. The only thing I've got now is a singular flare. Real clean finish here. I'm so used to like the Power World climbing rules where if you climb something that's too like much of an overhang, you just fall off. That's not how this game works. It actually doesn't really matter what the overhang is as long as you have stamina. I've ever been down there. Came from a different side than they usually do. I almost got the gem. Easy. Lots of fives in that time. I should have been 3 seconds faster. Talk to me about this 32 player lobby. What's the occasion? I just want to see what happens if we put 32 people on this mountain. Who are the headliners? Currently the only people that I am like personally familiar with that are joining is me and Darth. So I think the headliners are just Darth. I've had 4 people mark interested on Mayoshi, but I actually haven't looked any of them up. I could. Let's look them up. I should probably add them to my friends. Well, this font is not scaling right. They're active on Peak. That's good. They don't. Oh, they do have a link to their Twitch. Let's see. We're gonna follow everybody's Twitch links. Last live a while ago. All right. Wait, you don't have a Twitch link? Currently pre-debut. Oh dear. Technically, the limitation is that your account has to be at least a month old. Wait, he's live right now. Wait a minute. Chat. One of the people who's marked interested is live at the moment. Very interesting. Raid roulette. Jokes on them. I do that myself. But yeah, they're playing Mass Effect right now. Hmm. I would say something in their stream, but I just don't know what to say. One of the people who said that they were interested says it says they're on vacation and will return in 8 months. It's a long vacation. Okay. So one of them was live. Uh, they're live at normal hours. I probably won't be too harsh on the account must be a month old, if I'm being honest. It's really just to stop people from making accounts just for the event. Yeah, they don't technically meet the requirements, but whatever. I'm willing to bend the rules a little bit. I'm willing to bend the rules to allow Ant to join, despite the fact he's not truly a VTuber. He's VTubed once. And honestly, I'm willing to take that. All right, we have the loadout. We're going in. This is Ascent 7 now. Last one was 4, this one's 7. We already beat it in Ascent 7, but I want to see if I can do it without the pack. But yeah, I wanted to set up a Discord server for Peak actually. I'm sure one exists already, but mine is primarily for VTubers. And I wanted to have like an accolade system. It obviously wouldn't be able to do it like automatically, but like if you like do Ascent 7 with only like 3 items or whatever, it would give you an accolade. This is actually a really strong climbing set though. Do I drop my Thickmans for this? I don't think I can. As much as it pains me to say, I can't hold the super combo. I mean, I could probably just throw it a bunch of times, but parting around items doesn't seem like that much fun to me, so we're just gonna leave it. We could take the danger chest. What's in the danger chest today? Anti-rope spool was not worth it. That just sounds tiresome. Oh, it is. The idea is that they're extra accolades because the game doesn't actually have accolades for a lot of these challenges. And I think that they are interesting. We could even have like LFG stuff where it's like, okay, we have people who are better at being more the clutch people, the people who are very self-sufficient on the mountain. And then we have like the medic crew, people who are the guy who will jump down to save somebody who's in trouble. that ended up not being very useful for me. Down quite a bit, aren't we? But yeah, I think it'd be interesting. It's also funny because I think medic is one of the accolades. Um, yeah, no, I don't have the one where you save somebody. I don't actually have the medic set. I don't think. Yeah, the idea is that like it's essentially a glorified LFG server. Um, and the only hard part I've had thus far is getting. Yeah. Because on Myoshi, we still haven't. I'm still the only person in the V Scouts group, so it's rough. But to be fair, the reach on Myoshi is pretty bad because bulletins only stay on the front page for 15 minutes before people have flooded it with "I'm going live." Um, so stuff like that, which is weird because Myoshi is like it's meant for like VTuber to VTuber stuff, and I don't know how suitable it is for that. Yep. I mean, to be fair, the website was put online 2 weeks ago. They are not ready for the influx. Actually, no, the website was put online a month ago. February 3rd. Oh, for a second I thought that was Bones. I was like, what the fuck? Who died? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, people on Myoshi are not actually that likely to come to your stream. They're probably working on their own streams. Yeah. I mean, it's not likely that audience members are going to be making it into Myoshi anytime soon. Um, Only very recently they added the ability that we can so there's a system called adoption, right? Where you answer a random person's request to be added to the website. And only very recently they changed it so that it no longer takes from your invites. Because you only get 5 invites. Um so like I still have 5 of my invites left. I can invite 5 people. I'm kind of just holding on to them for the time being. Um, so, eh, um, fortunate I didn't get any hide out of that. I could try again though. It's interesting too because the the system keeps track of how far away you are from the founding members invite. So for example, I think I'm generation 13. No, I'm 14. The fuck was that? What? Gave me the double ding. Oh, I got a friend. They accepted my friend request. I was like, what the hell is the double ding? Um, this thing. Oh yeah, it keeps track of how far away you are from the founding members invite set. So I'm 14 because Nox was 13 and Nox invited me. So yeah. Remedy fungus cure ice. Let's find out. How remedial are you? Well, piss. Not very. But yeah, it's kind of funny because if you did manage to bot the invites, you could get an insane number of accounts invited. And I'll be honest, I don't think they're ready to handle that. I think it's a single person working on the website in their free time. Um, so I feel like if you were to get a like a bot, because all right, everybody gets 5 invites, right? And they're given to you immediately when you join the platform, right? So theoretically, you could invite an account, have that account create 5 more accounts and invite them, and then do that, and then you have exponentially more people going on the platform. And it's like you could very quickly telescope your own account. And given that somebody found an API, like an exposed API endpoint that allows them to create 100 invites, I don't know that they have the tooling to ban people downstream of a certain person's invites. If they don't, they should create that like yesterday. Like that shit's very important. Because thus far the website doesn't have any bots. Or at least if they do have bots, they're pretty good at hiding. Um and I mean it's not even a clout website. Clout doesn't get you anywhere on my Yoshi. Not about that. Do I do it? Do I do it? I can use this 3 times and we'll take whatever I get. Here we go. Ow. Painful. Painful lunchbox. Lots of poison too. Really? Ah, the thing expired before I finished. That's rough. All right, so we're down a bit on poison. Our inventory is a little heavy. Here we go. Cinema. I almost used it too late. That would have been very funny. I probably should stop doing this. Oh, well, that's awkward. So chat, what are the chances we recover from those? It all comes down to whether or not I slide into it one more time. I'm about to start losing poison. I think I die. This is so sad. I didn't flop hard enough. Cinema. Hmm. The weird thing is, once you've beaten the mountain a couple times, there's not much else to do for the day. Like, I've already seen the mountain. Am I even being dragged along with it? Hold on. Interesting. When you're a ragdoll, you're actually immune to the conveyor belt. Good double backflip. How long have I been live? I don't actually have a quick way to see. Let's see. 2 hours 54. Has the transfer gone through? Hold on. Where the hell is my window? Here it is. These done. These are done. Chat, I am happy to inform you that we are up to date on V-bundling. Now all I have to do is determine if either of these random recordings I have are worthwhile to keep. Here's one from February 15th. I think I have this one already, so we can delete this. Which means, for the first time, period, we're actually up to date. Sorry, why does it say I have 40 gigabytes used in stream videos? 44.6 gigabytes. I have a singular PNG file. What the fuck do you mean 44.6 gigabytes? Huh? It's just a really big PNG file? Oh. The hell do you mean 44 gigabytes? Oh, fuck. Hold on. I don't want to do it on C. There's nothing on the drive, though. How is it so... Oh, tree size? I do. So I want to run tree size. It's the recycle bin. But the recycle bin is empty. Interesting. So there are files in the recycle bin I cannot delete. Luckily for me, I have a strategy for things like this. I can just reformat the drive. Cool. All right, chat. Check this out. That is not the window I told you to capture. What the hell? We're actually at no videos left. And in Stream Vaudato, it's just the replay files that I need to copy down. It's a lot of replay files, but we have nothing left. We're up to date on the V bundles. Now the only problem is that I have a lot of them. I've asked it to calculate how much I have, and it hasn't opened any window. I might have hit Shift Enter. Oh no. Did I just open an FFmpeg instance for every single one of these? Chat, the NAS is gonna blow up. But look at all of the data here. This is why I'm running out of disk space, by the way. .07 terabytes. Yeah. It's a lot. Look at it this way, though. It would have been a lot higher were I not to have processed them. If I didn't do the actual V bundling where I discard a bunch of stuff, we'd probably be looking at like 200 or 300 terabytes of data. Anyway, I just wanted to show that because it makes me feel cool when I have nothing left to do. Means vBundler is finally up to date. If we're slightly more diligent about it, we'll never be out of date again. I have to remember to do it. What do I do? I mean, I've already done the mountain like 4 times now. Little Bing Bong Airlines. Um, let's swap category, but I don't actually have anything else to play. Bing Bong doesn't want me to swap category, guys. And I threw him so hard he bounced off the nothing. It would be funny if we had a in the 32 lobby, we can only communicate using emotes. I don't know how likely that would be to succeed though. All right. Let's go back to the with chat scene. I'm not sure what I will do from here, but I don't think playing more peak is going to. I could install the mod that lets you choose one, but then I'm afraid it'll blow up the 32 player because they'll all have to have it too. Um, I really doubt that the mountain is downloaded from the host. If it is, God help my internet provider. We could move on to working on commissions. I do actually have most of one of them done. I just need to implement the sound and make the output audio delayed. Let me look through my commissions really quick. Um, one of them is done. One of them is probably done, but I can't mark done yet because they haven't tested it. I love the music one. The music one is I'm waiting on like feedback. It's the problem. I don't know if they want me to keep going in this direction or not. Um, moment. Let me mute Discord. Hmm. Where do I go? Let's see. What's on my to-do list? I still need to get my image filtering tool to work on the CPU because it's broken on the GPU. Um, here's another good one. That might be slightly too large. All right. This is one of the ones I have to do. This has been sitting unfinished for like 4 months. I forgot about it and just never got back to it. So that's what I need to do. All right, we have a new video task. I have a bunch of clips that are waiting as unedited clips, and I should probably edit those because there's a lot of them. Currently, we have 72 waiting. I also need to edit my Twitch clips too, which there are a few of. How many Twitch clips do we have waiting? When was the last clip we uploaded? They're not even uploaded, just ones that I did. I think we're up to date with December 31st. We have 43 on Twitch. But a lot of those are probably going to be the same video as the replay. Um, yeah. I wish my fucking AC would hold the temperature range instead of I have to manually command it to stop heating my room and put it on cool. Once this finishes uploading, then we can stop this computer. This computer's been on for like 6 days doing fucking video conversion, trying to get through all the backlog. Um, Probably not good because it's an Intel CPU. Um, Probably the next thing I'll do, I need to find drives. I might go look for drives really quick. Because I need to make an offline copy videos. Probably what I'll do is take everything that's 2024, 2025 and keep it offline. Um, I won't have a RAID copy of it, unfortunately, but I can't afford a RAID enclosure. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I have one, it just doesn't work. I don't know why. I've done a lot of fucking with it, and I just cannot get it to come back online. Um, Another thing I want to investigate is using um is like recompressing it. 'Cause I know that a lot of my older stuff uses like lossy codecs for audio, and I now use FLAC, which is probably not helping. But also to do better stream selection and kind of like reduce, because I know that for a lot of the streams, the VOD track and the microphone track are like the same. Or not the VOD track, the microphone. The VOD track and the stream track are the same. Ever since I stopped using the music player, and if I do have the music player, I don't really need that audio either. I don't really need the audio from the music at all, so I can like get rid of it, which frees an audio track, a video track, and then another audio track. Which the video track isn't super expensive. It's like 350 kilobytes a second, but like the audio track is where it gets really expensive. That's 8 hours of Opus data, about 200 megabytes per stream. But yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do all of the recompression and then store it, or if I just want to just leave it as is and accept that it's going to be a lot of data. That's one of the issues I have, is that now I don't have the ability to get a lot of drives. I can't really afford to renew this storage system I have. I have I have a have an iDrive subscription for the 10 terabyte plan, which is, well, actually I talked to their support and they said they give me 50% off my next year. So maybe I can make that work. I don't know. Just wary of it failing, because this is now the only copy of a lot of my old VODs. Because the ones on I've removed the versions on YouTube. When I was clearing my channel to hopefully get advanced channel features by getting rid of all of my copyright strike stuff, but that did not work. Which, in retrospect, I probably should have expected, but doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. um, One day I will have advanced channel features. I'll be able to pin comments, but I'm certainly as hell not giving them my ID. All right. I want to check the forum really quick and see if my had 39 views and nobody has said anything. Man, it's so Jover. I might switch to just chatting. All right. Just kind of not sure what I want to do at the moment. One Piece Gachapon quest. Select all 5 Straw Hat figures for 700 Dorbs. Well, I'd no longer need Dorbs on account of me not planning to stay on the platform for very much longer. Hmm. All right. Shit. I'm at one of those things where I have so much shit I have to do that I don't know what I want to do. Maybe I take a second to just clean my shit around. I've got a lot of shit in like my downloads folder. I have 6 different images in my downloads folder, which is not how that's supposed to work. Um, I have installers for Element, MySQL, CMake, everybody's favorite. Valorant. Has anybody looked into Stoat? Why do I have Windows Vista? Sorry, why do I have Windows Vista? What? Could do some system administration stuff because I have to move a bunch of the bots from how they're currently hosted, which is not very secure, to Docker containers, which is still not very secure, but it's more secure. Um, why do I have a file called Z? Ah, hmm. So hold on. List home. So I want to change where I'm hosting some of these files from. So who owns this folder? Okay. So if I enter this folder, root actually owns some of these files. I want to move these files. I want to move everything here to home. Okay, so I'm gonna have to take this Docker container down and change its host path. Up this is now wait, that's not right. Um, if that successfully just came online, I might have just accidentally left this server. Um, no, we're still in. It registered commands automatically, which means that it's still connected. Cool. We didn't break it yet. So I can also do this. Um, oh, I can't because Docker file's owned by root. Um, okay. I cannot show this unfortunately because I don't show my connections to my server just because it's a kind of a security thing. I don't want to show my stack and my bad decisions. All right. So I have to restart this again. Stop, edit, volumes, make this a lowercase b. All right. Oh, I can't move multiple files at once, can I? Oh, yeah, I can. Okay. I want to move. For a second, I thought we just had a shit ton of bots. Okay, so that still works. It's it's 640 with this. Okay. That'll be really funny when that doesn't work. I changed the file permissions for all of the files in this folder. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. At Docker file. We don't ever reference these shell files. Yeah, we don't. Um, oh, we're good. Okay. Another thing I want to do is I want to see. So can I do a base image for this so that I don't have to like build it for each of them? Why is Nightbot still doing the thing? Nobody has said anything in chat. Um, I need to look into that. It'd be convenient to have a build system where I can just update the base image. Very well. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. I was like, why is my Nginx server 42 gigabytes? No, it's because I'm hosting Vosk, so that makes sense. I have 41 gigabytes of artifacts. Actually, I should make sure they're all downloadable. I have a I have an account named Steam. Oh dear. Um, yo, I'm trying to figure out how to remove somebody from a group. You can use G password. G password? What? It took a while, but we got there. Okay. Okay. Strangely enough, everybody's allowed to read their root user directory. Why is that the case? Um, just a really outdated copy of my Git backup. Like, funnily out of date. Um, I guess. Great. Connected to USB and then when SCP crashed. Why are you like this? Shit's been crashing on my computer a lot lately. Okay. I'm just like going through and like removing a bunch of random directories and stuff that I have. Pretty sure I'm not hosting this bot anymore. I might. I need to check to see if I gave them the data. Actually, I can't anymore. Okay, I did. So I'm just gonna delete the user. Yeah. Need to go to here. Um, Okay, did this drive ever connect? Like to connect. All right. So I actually have no idea what folder I downloaded that into. At this point, I'm just cleaning things up a little bit. I've got a lot going on. This shouldn't be on this computer either. Huh? That's menacing. Why do I have... Huh? A bunch of SDL. Here's the... Yeah. Need these anymore. Message.txt. Oh, this is the yeah, that makes sense. This I have a short in my downloads folder. Hmm. All right. Why do I have so much shit in my downloads folder? All right, these done. These are done. So these over. wouldn't be happy with me pulling drives. There's just barely enough space for there to be 2 drives in that thing. Oh. I almost wonder if blasting the permissions to only 700 on all of these folders would do any damage. Blue, are you still here? I should probably delete all of my old FL Studio installers. What do I have? A lot. 6. I think blue is not here. All right. Just going through and like cutting down on what is available. Change mode, probably 700 build. Do libraries need to have the execute bit set for Linux? Okay. They don't need plus X. I'm going to change to 400. Okay. Okay. The fuck do I write files again? There we go. Okay. Now I should be able to do Docker tag this image with. Now if I go to this. I'm getting really tired of that. One of the things that keeps annoying me is that so my third level domain I use internally isn't real. If I type it into the Omni box on Firefox, it won't actually attempt to make a connection to my website and it'll just miss. It's really annoying. They'll just search it on Google. It's very annoying. I don't remember what the command to push a thing is. Docker push. Hold on. Oh, what? This said one of the layers was mounted from another thing. So is it automatically um like cleaning it up or like deduplicating it? uh, Okay. Oh, right. What? Hmm. Is getting unauthorized to read a file cannot stat for some reason. Um, Permission denied to stat that folder. So this needs to be 555. Um, does this still work? It is still online. Okay, cool. We made it unbreak. Oh dear. Um, okay. At this point, I'm literally just managing my Docker Swarm containers. This is what I was like. This is what streaming was meant for. I can do some of the most interesting things, like manage my Docker. To be fair, I'm just trying to harden it a little bit. It is a little bit weak. I'm vastly reducing the amount of permissions a lot of things have. Okay. Like that my room is noisy enough now that I can hear all of the electromagnetic stuff going on. It sounds like it sounds a little bit like Factorio with all of the like electrical noises. Very strange feeling. Oliver just replied to my message and I was like, "Uh-oh, I just made a change to somebody's bot. Are they gonna be like, uh-oh, my bot doesn't work?" I'll hope not. Here. Bot has been on for several months of being reset. That's probably not a good idea. Or not a good thing, rather. It says that it doesn't know what the restart sequence is. So we're just gonna go check rather timidly to see if the thing is still working. Yep. Every time I've come into this server, it's just to see if the bot is still alive. Wonder what the oh wow.
It's always nice when you move something and it doesn't blow everything up. We love to see it.
Okay. I might actually cut the stream here because I'm just sitting here and running commands and shit silently. This could not be interesting. I'm just trying to get my shit to work. We're pretty close to actually having it cleaned up a little bit. I'm updating all of my um bots to have better containerization. Actually, out of curiosity, I wonder. Okay. At the very least, I was pretty good about that. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't running these as root. I don't think it was running them as root, and it isn't running them as root. So we have at least that going for us. The only thing that's not amazing is that Pal World is running as me. It shouldn't be. I just need to do some fixing of the permissions there. I think the Pal World server depends on a specific user ID. Yeah. So it depends on the owner of the folder being 1000, and I'm pretty sure I'm 1000. I don't think I can change my user ID either. But maybe you can. Although I don't know that I can because I have to be logged in as a different administrator. I don't have one. Okay. Uh, I might just end it. I may not actually look for someone to raid. Unless we have somebody online that is very raidable. Nah. I think we just end. I'm just gonna be doing like system administration for the rest of the day because I have a bunch of stuff I need to catch up on. And I want to harden my server a little bit and do reduce the attack surface a little bit. And part of that is making these not things that run directly on the computer. So it's not a whole lot left to do, but I also want to go through all of my Docker containers and kind of audit them, because a lot of them have permissions they probably don't need. And that's not good. We don't like that. I wonder if these will have been reduced. Nope. Anyway, I'm going to end probably without rating. So everybody, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, despite the fact half of it was me just silently running commands. um, but yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye.